What up, y'all? Mic check. And cam check. Good. Gamble. Works. So Machine, what have we learned about the Carolina Panthers so far? Can we still say it's all Bryce Young's fault, or sweet? Look at that. You went to the dark side. I saw your message. Saw your message. I mean, I was already there way before you were. Well, not dark side, but like in terms of like, you know, giving up on the whole pushing side of things. Way ahead of you, sir. Like seasons ahead. But I understand it though. I understand the frustration. Like absolutely. Honestly, I just wish there was something that was worth your time, y'all's time. You know what I mean? Like, it's just stupid, man. Overall, like it's just it's disrespectful of your time. Yeah, he still sucks. The line, the old line is much improved. That helps. But Bronny to G League. Oh, Bronny's in G League now. Not surprising, obviously. All right, let's figure out this board because I haven't actually made a board with cheap shot random rails yet, so probably need to do that. I'm sure it actually looks pretty cool on stream. So I was at a banquet earlier, for the end of the competitive band season. So we had a banquet tonight, and stuff, and then the staff went out afterwards to Legion Brewery, and we some drinks or whatever. So I'm a little out there, but we had to kind of look nice or whatever. So like I had this shirt and I had like a blazer over it. It was actually pretty nice. So I was like, I'll just keep the shirt. But see. Oh, by the way, Bleach was good. Bleach was good. I did watch 4 episodes. I think it's like 4 episodes. I think 4 or 5 episodes. I think of season 3 of the 1,000 Years Blood War. And it was everything I thought it would be. So that was great. It's also why I'm tired because I obviously I binge watched those episodes instead of just doing like 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah, that happens. Let's see. Oh, and I guess is the PoE new league out today or something? I see Rax streaming PoE. I don't see like a lot of streamers playing like right now unless they did it earlier. Is it like a refresh of the current league or is it a brand new league? What's going on? I haven't heard anybody talk about it. That's why I'm like confused. Like legit confused. Let's see. So let's take the current Paragon board. Let's take the Paragon board. This is what everyone else is using. Where I have on a thing. This is my experimental Paragon board, which I'm currently using. So I'm gonna have to do a variant of the experimental. And I guess remove exploit weakness. Or just bounty, either or, but if I remove exploit weakness, I gotta change combat to a different board. I can't even see how many of that is because the no blocks it now. I guess I can do combat back on no witness, but I kind of like the idea of being able to stretch out the ultimate damage though because of the glyph, but I don't know. If I drop this and I add this, it's 59 intel. So I mean, I'm losing 15 intel, so I'm losing 99 dex. No, sorry, 99% crit damage. Unless I choose to put it on here, then I'm losing 66% crit damage instead. What is your RF board, Crafty? Can I explain why you can't kill pit bosses without summons, Rand of Rails build? Because Rand of Rails is a precision build, and precision scales insanely with trick attacks passive that we have, and trick attacks cannot be activated on bosses. So trick attacks is the strongest passive you have by far on Rogue, and then it double dips with precision itself. So not only is the skill of itself, it double dips with precision. So anytime that you cannot activate the trick attacks passive, which you have a lot of because you're also running Kyle the Nameless, then you lose a lot of damage. So to make up for it, you have to, proc it on minions. So when you proc it on minions, then you can get your trick attacks value back, and when you do a jillion damage. Oh, okay. So you're still using. Okay, so I can't use Cunning Stratagem, obviously. So I can't do that. And I was thinking about getting rid of Exploit Weakness, actually. But I guess Exploit Weakness is either I keep or get rid of Exploit Weakness, or I keep or get rid of Eldra's Bounty. But I'll have to get rid of this board anyway, regardless. But Eldra's Bounty makes it so easy to cap, though. But I guess we could just drop that and just keep Exploit Weakness and just... So yeah, I guess the simple way of doing it... Let's just remove that. Let's just exit out of that. So we'll just do that. Copy Experimental again. And we'll just basically replace Archer's Bounty with Cheap Shot, since that's literally the quickest way to get it done. That'd be easy to do. Get the armor there, I guess. We can still come through this way, that's fine. So I gotta pick up that anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter how I enter. Giggity. That's 4% life. Actually, that damage to healthy enemies actually might be pretty decent, considering that the first wave is the strongest part of your wave anyway. So I guess this is fine. Brave browser, yeah. I like Brave. I use Opera too. Maxroll builds only showing season 4 right now. Like for real. Also appreciate the sub, whoever that was. Is there a reason? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't like tried to check. Oh god. You took 10% of your snacks and turned off your ad block. Oh god. Yeah. I guess it looks like we are having technical difficulties then. Diablo 4 season. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We like jumped back 2 seasons. What? Why? Of stuffs. Now you understand thinking. Yeah, it sucks, dude. It sucks that that's just the way Rogue is right now, but it just is what it is. If I could find a way around it, I would, but if All right, so new guys, you're a no go. Let's see, rapid fire. Season 4. Okay, yeah. All right. So that means all the Spiritborn guys are, I bet, are just like, are like dead. Well, you can't even click on it because there are no options for Spiritborn because it's season 4. Oh man, I'm sure they know about it. They, as in like we. Sano, are you there? Sano, Suke, are you there? So I just read your message in the chat. You said having to rely on Elixir sucks. I would want to fix on gear stats. So let me ask you a question. So I don't necessarily disagree with the statement, but in this case scenario, there are no other good elixirs for the build. Advantage doesn't really do anything for you. Um, Iron Barb or whatever you want to call it for the armor doesn't do anything for you. The max health you don't need because it's a tanky build already. So like you only have like only one good elixir for the build. Do you just not want to run elixirs at all? Is like that the thing? Like I get the idea of not wanting to rely on elixir. You can just masterwork the max. You get a GA on the energy, whatever, maximum energy or whatever, and then masterwork that if you want. I mean, you can do it that way, but it's like an elixir is so much easier, and you get all that movement speed, like that you don't have to give up. So it's like, do I, you know, it's not about other elixirs being better. It's about not remembering to take it. Something the build doesn't work anymore mid fight. So I counter that, Sano, with isn't the whole idea of taking elixirs in general, even without the effects, is for the XP bonus. So like generally you would be running it anyway because you want the XP, because you want to get your Paragon. So like even if it wasn't for the effect for the build, you would want to run it because of XP. So you have multiple reasons for why you would want to do an elixir. So I get what you're saying. Like the build doesn't fall apart if you don't have an elixir. I put it that way. Like you can still do it. You won't be able to do a 1-to-1. You'll be able to do 2-to-1. But the build works just fine. In fact, the 106-minute clear, whatever like that, is actually a 2-to-1, not 1-to-1. I didn't even do 1-to-1 that video. So, and I did it on purpose. However, the elixir is something that is just, I think the thing is right now is the elixir is so common now because of the fact that we actually have a reason to have an elixir all the time because of the Paragon stuff, that it just kind of just becomes a natural thing in the game now. Whereas before I would almost like 1,000% agree with you and be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, yeah, sure. Because even I used to forget to take, you use elixirs back then. But now it's kind of like, oh, well, there's no reason to not do it ever, kind of thing. But I get what you're saying in general. Not but it's just such an easy way to solve a problem. That makes sense. I would say a problem. It's just such an easy way to get an efficiency. That it's like you might as well do it. And then I get fussed at. I get fussed at for not mentioning it. Like imagine my DMs were just like, bro, why don't you just say use an elixir in your guide? Like why even try to like figure this out? We could save stats. And then people get upset that Maxroll guys aren't min-maxed or whatever, right? It's like, oh, you don't have like your guy is a min-max because you got all this extra energy you don't need. So like I think at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's like they're not wrong, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, that's why I'm just kind of like starting to rely on the fact that we're gonna have an elixir. It just kind of is what it is, because it makes it so much easier on a player. I mean, he play hardcore and just feels risky for getting it when it's that important for the build. I don't. But that's the thing though. I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even call it that important for the build. Like, does it make it smoother to try to do a 1-to-1? Sure, you can actually do a 1-to-1 sometimes, and it depends on whether or not you have your Vex rune up. But like I said, if you watch the video, like the 6-minute 100 clear, like that was mostly 2-to-1. So like, I think the idea of saying it's a must have or when it's that important for the build, I think it's just kind of over exaggerated, because important for the build means that the build cannot function without it. And I have video proof that it does function on a 2-to-1 ratio. It's just more efficient if you do a 1-to-1. And it feels, here's the thing too, Sano. If you do a 1-to-1 ratio, more often than not, you're one of those random arrows. So every other random arrows properly, but if you carry how does your character live depending on it? Your barrier should be up regardless, because you'll be casting Flurry more often. So you should have more barrier than if you did it without. So like, I'm not understanding. If you have to cast Flurry twice and then random arrows, that means you have more barrier uptime. That means you're actually have more defense, not less. Because you're healing more because you're casting Flurry more. It's not logical. Well, I get it, but like, if I'm gonna do a build, I have to do it off of what makes logical sense, at least as much as possible. Unless there's stuff that are bugged that just isn't logical at all. But that's, of course, that's out of my hands, obviously. But yeah, like the math suggests that literally it's you're more tanky on the 2-to-1, and not only that, but a 2-to-1 makes sure that every random arrows you shoot has precision up, whereas a 1-to-1 that isn't the case. Like if you do a 1-to-1 ratio, it's about 65, roughly 70% of your random arrows will have the precision proc. Whereas if you do a 2-to-1, 100% of your random arrows will have that precision proc. The reason why I'm spending so much time explaining this because I don't want anyone in chat to be like, oh, if I'm not using Elixir, I can't play the build, because that's not true. Because again, I can literally just, pull up the video, the 6-minute 100 clear, and to clearly show that I was doing 2-to-1 and it was fine. But I'm just, it is better to have the Elixir. I'll put it that way. Okay, I just feel sorry. Okay, well, I mean, all right. Well, if you don't, in that case, if you don't want to use the Elixir, then that's okay. But I just don't want you to spread misinformation saying that the build does not function without it. That's the one thing I don't like when people do. Like, if you want to play anything the way that you want to, that is totally fine. But to say that something doesn't function, it's gonna now have quite people in the chat being like, "Wait, what do you mean it doesn't function without whatever?" And then that's spreading misinformation, and that's not cool. But if you don't want to use it, that's totally fine. Like, for instance, Woody doesn't like using Deadly Ambush, Paragon board with this build, right? I know why. I know exactly why, right? Like, he hates cow traps. I get it. But missing all this crit damage means he's missing quite a bit of damage. But it's a choice that he makes, and that's what he wants to do. And okay, like, he knows, he's well aware, but that's what he wants to do, and that's cool. But he's never going to sit there and say, oh, this is more damage. He would never, ever say that. He's going to go and say, oh, I like this better. And if he likes that better, that is totally fine. And in my opinion, I agree. I 100% agree with him. I hate caltrops. But as a guy raider, the whole idea of people getting, you know, all pissy about not having like the best option, right? It's a slippery slope sometimes. How do I want to do this actually? Because I'm kind of taking things I don't really necessarily need, but I do want to come around and pick up. The idea of caltrops is better than the actual execution of the skill. I hate caltrops. Like honestly, if I can remove this entire board, I would. The only reason why I take this board, the only reason why this board exists is because of these crit damage nodes. This is just way too much crit damage to not have. Literally, it's just way too much. So because you take this board because of the crit damage here, it just makes zero sense to not. Only thing I say is I don't want to have to rely on Elixirs and Astro to get that from me, spread misinformation. I can tell you. I can tell you exactly. This is what you said, Sano. It's not about Elixir, other Elixirs being better. It's about not having to remember taking it, and then suddenly the build doesn't work anymore mid-fight. I will actually quote this. This is what you said. That is what you said. Is about not having to remember to take it, and then suddenly the build doesn't work anymore mid-fight. That is what I commented on. That's what I was stern about. Does it feel better with the Elixir? Sure. It does. That's why I use it myself. But it doesn't work anymore mid-fight. Maybe add doesn't work as I'm used to anymore. We'll just say it doesn't work for you. Because you just said a very general statement saying the build doesn't work anymore mid-fight. Anyone reading that would literally think, oh wait, the build doesn't work without an Elixir? Like, can you see why that's misinformation there? Like, can you see why, like, if someone was to read that and to think, oh man, the build doesn't work without the Elixir? Like, that's all I'm saying. You can say I don't like the build without the Elixir, and that's fair. Right? That's fair. Like, because at that point it becomes opinion based. It's like, oh well, I personally don't like such and such. And at that point, totally fine. Right? Just because I know my DMs, I know the kind of messages I get from my videos or guys all the time when someone comes in and like they literally, someone says something and it's like, no, that's not true because of the way they worded whatever they said. That is all. I'm just trying to prevent any misinformation out there. That's all I'm doing. But it is completely fair to say you don't like running a build without the Elixir, and I agree. I don't either. I don't either. But yeah, I would say just word that better. That's all I'm saying. If it's an opinion, make sure you say for me, or I like this, or I don't, I feel like this doesn't work for me, because then we know that it's opinion based. Not build does not work. No longer that's not an opinion. That is a statement. And sorry if I'm spending a lot of time on it. Like, I deal with I'm a teacher. I deal with kids all the time, and I have to kind of correct this thing. The stuff gets spread around too as well, and I'm just like, bro, that is not what that parents would be like. Such and such said this and whatever. I'm like, that is not what was said. So now, wait. So now you're brushing it off as American because because I want information to be factual. It's an American thing. I think anybody would want information to be factual anywhere. It's not a language thing. It's just that I done this long enough to know what people say when people say certain things. Like you can, why not just admit and say, you know what? Maybe I should have worded that differently. That's all you had to say. Not try to blame it on a portion of the world taking something more seriously or whatever. Like that's not cool, man. Just be like, yeah, well, maybe I should have worded that differently. So that's all you had to say. And like, okay, yeah, cool. Now it's an American problem. Got it. But I find that a little strange though, because most of Maxroll is European, and this is the standard that we're held to. Most of Maxroll is European, and this is the standard that we're held to. Everything on Maxroll about the season 4, yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's a problem. We're gonna take care of that. They know. I promise you, Silence knows. But yeah, Insect, yeah, we're good. Assuming anything I say is a general claim instead of my personal opinion that makes an American. So let me ask you a question, Sana. How are we supposed to interpret a generalized statement on the internet? On the internet, like on the internet, written internet, how are we supposed to know what you mean? Like, I don't know you or anyone well enough to know whether it's an opinion or a general statement. That's why it just makes sense to be like, in my opinion, or whatnot. But they normally play, if you don't mind me asking, Rogue. Mostly Rogue. Somebody says, Doxa has time today. That's how he said, bro, I got time today. No, I'm just like I said, what people don't understand is that like when that happens, I'm the one that has to deal with that type of wording or whatever later on. Yeah, I have any idea how many DMs I get for stuff like that all the time? American, European, African, Middle Eastern, Malaysian, whatever, because someone said something and misworded it, or like all the time. All the time. So I'm just making sure that someone who reads in the chat is like, oh no, it still functions. So I don't have to deal with that later. Okay, so I'm not gonna get any more damage reduction here. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this board fourth. We're in Africa. They're playing D4. South Africa. I got South African viewers. I mean, obviously they're like it's a very small portion of the audience, but there's some. Careful use of language is important for all cultures, not just Americans. You have to assume whoever's reading is taking it in the most literal way possible, especially on the internet. Especially on the internet. like I'm just wasting so many points going this way though. I'm gonna, well, it's still the same amount of points here. I noticed you said you weren't getting any hate messages from Canada after my game. Nah. I reply to, I'll put it this way, I reply to about, and I'm not a big streamer. I'm not a big content creator, so I can only imagine like, what, Rudy and those guys have to deal with on a daily basis if they choose to reply. Like a lot of times they don't reply. But like, let's say a cheat shot bug really bad, it's like double dipping, which is it's a net positive for us. But yeah, so like I try to respond to as many comments as I possibly can. So I end up replying to like 30, 35 comments a day. I read like maybe 4 or 50 a day, but I reply to about 30, 35. And it's usually, honestly, misinformation. I say about half of the comments I reply to is like generally either misinformation or misunderstanding of something. So you can see why I'm like particular or peculiar about it. You know what? We can just go like this. How about this? We'll do this. We'll go this way. I still gotta come down here to take this. I'm doing all of this so inefficient here. Hold on. We'll do this a little bit better. 29. And we'll just go this way. Okay, we'll rotate like this. Or like this. Yeah, okay, that works. And I save points that way too. Regardless what's going on. Woody just shuts it down and that's the end of it. Well, I bet. Like I said, like, him being as big as he is, he ain't got time for that. I'm not there yet, but I'm pretty sure probably at some point I'll have to do the same thing. But in the meantime, I'm nice enough to respond to as many of those. Cause like, it's funny because like I'll see the comments and people are like, oh, thanks for responding. Most people don't respond or most content creators don't respond. And I respond to that response. I'm like, well, a lot of them are probably way bigger than I am. So you have to understand that these guys get like a jillion, like, messages a day. Like they're not going to respond to 300, 400, 500 replies a day. Like, and do content, stream, video. Like you just, it's just impossible. It's legit impossible throughout all your socials. You just can't. I barely manage my 40 to 50 a day. I can only imagine 400 to 500. I think that's pretty much about it. So we took cheap shot and we got rid of Eldritch Bounding, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I guess it makes sense because then I can keep combat here for the maximum amount of like points or whatever, and then throw in the whatchamacallit glyph still to be able to do the ultimate damage. Otherwise, I have to put combat here and I'll lose. I mean, it's additive damage, don't get me wrong, but it's free additive damage. So it's kind of like might as well ish additive damage. If your energy drops below 150, you don't get full Renovero cost CDR reduction from Beast Wall bids. How does casting Flurry 2 to 1? 2 flurries, 1 Renovero. And no, you don't have to wait 3 or 4 seconds. Actually, I'll actually show you in game. I have no problem showing showing it. All right, so this would be. I mean, this is pretty much done. So, and I can fix that later. Well, or whatever. But this is like, how do I rename this? Cheap shot bug. Or yes. I'll just do it that way. I spent the same exact amount of points from experiment to cheap shot, but so I guess whatever I took on that's actually kind of crazy. So literally I spent the exact amount of points I had on Eldritch Bounty into cheap shot. The exact amount of points. That was not on purpose, by the way. All the Spiritborn builds are gone from Maxroll. Yeah, we just yeeted Spiritborn from the game. We just got tired of Spiritborn. We just felt Spiritborn was just doing too much damage to the game, so we just took Spiritborn off the website. Sorry, you're gonna have to find your Spiritborn guys elsewhere. And all season 6 guys elsewhere too as well. We just got tired of doing guides basically, and we just yeeted Spiritborn completely. You mean we get to see boss mechanics again? Yeah, see, there you go. There's the positives. No, I mean like all season 6 builds for all classes and all that. Yeah, you're right. We yeeted the Spiritborn because we felt like they were way too OP, and we're just like, you know what, we want to, you know, we just want to erase that part of the history of the game from our site. Now, in terms of the other season 6 builds, it's locked behind a paywall. So you must now, in order to access the season 6 builds, you have to personally DM the author of said builds for season 6 guides and provide them payment of some sort. So if you want any of my season 6 builds on Rogue, I require at minimum 4 packs of king size original Skittles. Okay. Now they have to be, the original Skittles have to be with the lime flavor, not the green apple. If you do a green apple, you're banned from Maxroll website for eternity. You'll never be able to use the site again. So it has to be 4 king size lime flavored for the green Skittles, lime flavored Skittles. So good luck. Actually, what am I doing? Actually, hold on, sorry. So, Sano, are you there? I have no elixir. And my resource is under 150. Okay. So, check this out. So I'm casting about once a second, roughly, with 2 flurry casts. If you notice, basically almost every other time, my precision procs, because flurry is stacking about 2 stacks because it's critting. So that means every Renovero I get from this cast here I'm still casting Rain of Arrows slightly faster than once a second. Now, if I do the resource elixir, obviously, if I can aim correctly, there we go. I obviously have a 1-to-1 ratio, but without it, I have 2-to-1. I didn't want to just say what I was saying. I wanted to actually show you, so therefore you see I'm not just making things up, sir. Oh, the Maxroll guys down. You didn't hear that? Oh, I guess did you just come? We yeeted Spiritborn off of Maxroll, so Spiritborn guys don't exist anymore. We wanted we wanted to rid our history of the stain of the game, so we just yeeted the Spiritborn off the site. And every guide for season 6, you have to message the author, DM the author, and arrange a payment method for their season 6 guides. For me, it is Skittles. So I need 4 packs of king size Skittles with the lime flavor. If you want to use any of my season 6 guides on Rogue, I can't speak for the others. I don't know what Broiler requires. For instance, I know Broiler's in chat. You might want to chat with him and kind of see what he would accept for payment. But I think my terms are pretty reasonable. What do you think? We'll start off with some Swedish fish. How can I arrange Skittles to get the Dancing Knives leveling build? Well, the problem is that I didn't write the Dancing Knives leveling guide, so you're gonna have to arrange a payment method with Mippy. So I don't really know what Mippy. Actually, I do now. I think I do know what Mippy likes. He's in the anime as well. Actually, what else does he really like? We'll have to kind of figure that out. Maybe you can like send him a GIF or something and kind of see what happens. Gonna have to pay the message. Can you turn on damage numbers real quick? Well, my damage numbers will look pretty Papega because it's only one target. So like if I'm gonna show you damage numbers, I need to show you damage numbers of like 5 targets or more, because that's where the build is like the strongest by far. Yeah. But anyways, if you guys didn't know I was trolling, I tried to make the most serious faces possible. But the reality is that what Boiler said, basically, our site has basically reverted back to like 4 or 5 months ago, basically. So that means no Spiritborn guys and no season 6 guys or season 5 guys. So everything you're seeing right now is season 4 guys. So that means brand new guys that were made this season or season 5 don't exist. Said no, keep the trolling. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this new board-ish. How do I do this without like yeeting the entire thing? I guess I don't have to. I can just yeet these 2, right? And then start from here over. You shouldn't have closed the tab. Well, I mean, I still have planners. So like if you need a planner for a build, let me know. At least of my builds. I have planners. I didn't click on the pin. I didn't even know I had a pin up. I guess Mika might have done it. So don't apologize. I didn't know either. Wait, Princess says I hated Maxroll ads anyways. Wait, did someone take me seriously? Uh oh. I don't know. I was told by somebody that like no one should literally in the chat someone said no one should take my opinion or should take what I'm saying like, you know, as a general sense and that it's just my opinion, that it's not fact. That's what I was told. So I didn't think that what I was saying was actually taken seriously. Uh-oh. I guess that didn't work. Time to buy some Skittles. Although I guess I wonder what made him leave though. Like, was it that? Like, was it me trolling or was it the frustration that sometimes websites, you know, have issues? You know, sometimes websites go down and stuff happens. Like, happens to every website in existence. Happens to everything that involves some sort of coding of some sort, right? Stuff goes down. But if that was the case, though, if let's just say that was the case, let's just say, you know, opinion that was the case, right? If I left somewhere or I say I won't use your service or whatever because it went down for today because, you know, issues or whatever, then man, I don't think I would ever use a service ever. Like, hell, I mean, Amazon went down, you know, several times. Windows went down several times. Diablo 4, God knows how many times Diablo 4 has came down. Literally everything. Hell, OBS crashed on me like jillions of times. My internet has been very unreliable. I guess I shouldn't use internet ever again because, you know, it went down and was unstable like multiple times. I'll never be back on the internet ever again, guys. I'm telling you right now. You have my word. I'm never going to use the internet ever again. Totally taking it to Comporium. Be like, bro, y'all internet suck. I'm never using internet ever again. You need a Snickers. No, I guess had a few drinks earlier, so like I'm a little more what do you call it? Like upfront. I'm generally upfront generally, but maybe I'm my choice of words isn't so might be a little different. I'm not drunk, promise you. I can control my character responsibly, okay? All right. Did you not see me cast my Rain of Arrows earlier in the training room thing? I was casting them in the right direction, officer, okay? Like my character was completely balanced, right? And it was casting in the right direction, officer, okay? All right. No need to give me a ticket or take away my character. And my D4 license, okay? All right. Say the alphabet backward. Say the alphabet. Say the alphabet backwards. Okay, backwards alphabet. There you go. Are we good? I don't think we can do that. I don't even know. Hold on, wait. Hold on. I got to think. Hold on. Z Y X W U T. No, wait a minute. There's a V in there, right? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me start over. Z Y X W V. Hold on. No. I'm right so far. Hold on. No. I'm good right now, right? No, I'm good. No, wait. Okay, hold on. So V, then U, then T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, E, D, C, B, A. Yeah, see? Wait, did I miss F? No, I said F, right? F, E. No, oh, wait, are you serious? No. Type F in chat, y'all. I did good though. That was the I was good. I was so close. I was close. Yeah, so now no witness, I guess. The first letter is Z, not Z. The two main things you gotta sing in a song to remember is the zodiac and the alphabet. Speaking of difficulty, you guys know the phrase and of course the song where it says it's as easy as ABC and also as easy as 1, 2, 3. The top tier content, Jackson 5, yeah. So has anyone like thought about the fact that like ABCs is considerably easier than 1, 2, 3s or numbers if that's the the idea, right? Like because numbers can go on for God knows how long, right? It's much harder to say all the actual numbers because it's you know it just exists beyond like ABCs end after 26 letters, right? Then again, I guess you could say like maybe like the alphabet in different languages could be a little bit more of a problem or issue, but then you also have numbers in different languages too. So I'd argue that numbers are significantly harder than letters. So I was never really on board with the whole, easy as ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. Now, bro, 1, 2, 3 is a way harder. Just saying, way harder. Have I have I seen the Mercenary POT? No, I have not. I haven't really been consuming any content online in the recent. More so because I'm just trying to catch up on sleep. So like, what do the mercs do in Path of Exile? I mean, at this point, anything would be a pretty big step up from like Diablo 4's merc. And to be fair, I mean Diablo 4's merc is really they're there for the sake of. Wait, why do I have all this intel here on this board? Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay, because there was an intel glyph here. That's why I have all this intelligence on this board. Used to be on the previous planner thing. Like, why do I have all this intel? Yeah, I'm like all these points, man. In fact, let me make sure I update my experimental planner to make sure I include. People don't look at it and be like, why is there a useless 9 points? So we'll update that. All right, so now I have 7 points. They can go, I guess, anywhere at this point. Armor traps or actually, what do I need? How about that? What do I actually need? Okay, armor is cap. Res is not cap. I do have the 16% armor here. Okay, so we will do a diamond. Solve the armor. What specialized rogue build would you advise with less effort on keyboard pressing? Probably Dance of Knives. But you do have to do a lot to snapshot at the beginning. But once you snapshot, then it's easy peasy from there. A rogue is a bunch of buttons in general. You don't really ever like escape that completely. I have a serious problem with rapid fire. Do you ever go to someone else's over someone else's gear and stats with them in game? I keep dying even though my armor resistance are cap and I have Monty Mott back almond armor. So generally I don't do it in game, but if you send me a DM, I can take a look at your character off stream, only because I know that if I do your character, then I'm going to get others that also want the same thing, which is not a problem. Obviously, I don't mind helping, but then my entire stream becomes me doing a gear check and not any gameplay at all. I know from personal experience because I actually did that in season 4, and people got mad that were watching. And it's like, bro, you did gear checks for 3 hours straight. I didn't even know. I was just helping people. But like, and then I had like a wait list of like 20 people after that, and it's like, so like. That's why I don't on live stream anymore. But if you want to DM me, I got you. But if you're dying, well, I guess what are you dying to? Is it everything or? Is that extra point from Mystic PC? I don't know. Do you have the expansion by chance or no? But yeah, but I guess Diana too as well. You are playing also the hardest build on Rogue at the moment, which is rapid fire. So like, there's probably going to be some, there is going to be some user error. Not that anything is wrong I'm not saying anything about your abilities are wrong like that. It's just such a hard build to execute well that user error is just going to happen quite often. And because it is a glacier build naturally, and it has a hard time procking the barrier, so it is a little, that makes it a little glacier than some of the other rogue builds. And yeah, it is. There's definitely like learning curve. You get one shot up by a succubus, like a regular trash mob. Or does that succubus have like lightning? Is that like an elite succubus with like 90, with like in tier 90 pits? Wasn't it an elite pack, or was it like just like a regular like trash mob that just fired a thing and then you died? Any predictions on mid-season patch? Um, I'm assuming they're gonna buff a lot of underutilized things on all classes, including Spiritborn. I don't know what they're gonna do about the bugs regarding Spiritborn. But that's kind of my thought. They might probably mess around with progression, maybe make it a little easier to level up your glyphs. So they might loosen that. I have a feeling it's going to be a massive patch because they've been quiet. They've been really quiet about it. So I feel like a lot is coming. No nerf. So when I say bug fixes for Spiritborn, obviously the things that are causing them to scale ridiculously might get hit for the mid-season patch possibly, which the player base will perceive it as a nerf because it means it deals a lot less damage because of the bug fixes. So you can kind of look at it there. You said nope, regular trash mob, and you get bonked occasionally. Last question, Deanna. Do you have Dark Shroud shadows up when you're dying? So like, do you have 5 Dark Shroud shadows when you get hit? If the answer is no, then that is definitely part of the issue. Rogues without barrier, especially if you don't have any Dark Shrouds up, you're gonna get like one shot. In like that particular type of pit. Yeah. So, but on that build though, Deanna, what you might want to do though, Deanna, here's a thing that I can suggest for you on like rapid fire real quick. Just it is a pretty like glacier build and it's hard to play. So like generally speaking, you don't want to be close for one. If you're getting one shotted, I can make some suggestions for you. Yeah, so I would. You're gonna have to drop an aspect to do it though, but that probably can't be helped then. Okay, so are you there? How to keep Dark Shroud up more? I'm gonna give you a method to do it. It means you will lose a utility aspect, but it's a way to kind of help you out until like you get used to playing rapid fire a bit more. So on your boots, Deanna, do this. On your boots, I want you to put frostbitten instead of concussive. So frostbitten aspect instead of concussive. I know you already have frostbitten, but hear me out. So frostbitten aspect instead of concussive on the boots. Now, after you do that, go to your pants and put the umbrous aspect. The umbrous aspect allows you to generate Dark Shroud shadows upon lucky hit crit. So you're gonna get them very quickly. This means that this should be up very often. Now, after you do that, that means that you now have to change the rune in your helm, the Mott rune, because you no longer have need for that. You can do the following to make up the damage loss from concussive, okay? You can either do Warcry, so Ohm, which I think you should already have anyways, unless you have Cax. Do you have Cax or no? If you don't have that, then I will go with Petrify. Petrify, in Decrepify. So I actually forgot the name of that rune. I used to use it all the time. There it is, Watt. Because that's 20% damage reduction. And you also get an exit. That's actually kind of. You got Ohm. Okay, so you don't have Cax then. All right, so then I would change out the Dark Shroud thing to Watt. Like Mott. So go from Mott to Watt, basically. So not only do you gain 20% more damage reduction because you're gonna, hit them with the thing, but you also are gonna have a considerably higher uptime on your Dark Shroud. So therefore you don't chain die. If that makes sense. Because it is a little tough to kind of get them going at the start of a run. You have to be kind of careful until all 5 showers are up, and that might take like, maybe like 7 or 8 seconds or whatever. So you have to be like very careful until then. But this way you can just cast one rapid fire and you get all 5 showers and shadows. So I would do that. Do that. Let me know how that goes for you. Out of the tab was that, man? So I guess after this, I guess it's to test out the stuffs now. All right, so I'm not gonna be able to cap armor unless I redo some stuff, and I don't feel like doing that. So I think we're just gonna run around with uncapped armor and be fine. And this is because like the Eldritch Bounty Legendary, that their Eldritch Bounty board is so easy to get your stuff from. Now I'm also using Fist of Fate, so there's that. We are taking Fist of Fifth random rails for smoother innovation on single target. Yeah, actually, no, that's not why. Actually, it's just honestly for the damage that it ends up being like 50% overall, and of course, kind of being able to proc a bunch of random effects and quicker staggers help. I'm back and forth between this and regular gloves, to be honest with you. Like, I don't really know which one I like more. So like, I ran regular gloves the past 3 streams, and I think yesterday I ran this pair of gloves here. But if you notice, the stats priorities are a bit different. If you notice, I'm currently playing Dance of Knives, but it's rather boring after a while. What other build do you suggest for funds and pushing? Rain of Arrows. I know I'm being biased, but at least from what I'm hearing, people who have played Rain of Arrows build since it became popular and people really like Rain of Arrows a lot. Verse with the sub, appreciate you. Carnus, what's happening? Alright, let's do some trial runs, I guess. With the new cheap shot board, but on speeds, this is gonna feel a little bit weird. Just because I'm not like around the enemies long enough. But I want to see what the difference in like the boss damage is, if there is any. Like if the double dipping is happening on like a stagger boss, I'm not sure, but I was thinking we make monsters unstoppable rather quick. So with that being said, piece of time. Did you see my gloves before I entered? Look at my gloves, real quick. So this is gonna be a slow one, but that's fine. You see my gloves? Take a look at what you find very interesting about them. Look at the lucky hit, up to a 16.1% chance to apply a random effect. I purposely wanted a low roll there, so I don't crowd control them too quickly. And it actually has worked out beautifully. And I bet you these kind of Fist of Fate gloves are probably easier to find. Like in terms of like, you know, if you're trying to buy something or something like that, like literally just getting a 1 GA on attack speed, 300% with low rolls everywhere else. Well, a decent lucky hit chance roll, you know, but this doesn't have to be GA. But a low roll on like other stuff, like should be really, really, I'm gonna say really cheap, but like no one's looking for that. You know what I'm saying? So like, build. Carlos, if you're watching on YouTube, the build should be in the YouTube description. Unfortunately, I don't have commands like that on the YouTube stream. Sorry. You're welcome. It's actually still a really good time considering that I wasted like 40 seconds like showing off a glove. Build is quick. It is. Alright, let's see what the kind of... Slither. Alright. So this looks like it's still 3 staggers for Slither. This is only 1 trial run, so we'll do a bunch. As you know, RNG, especially on Fist of Fate. RNG is nutty. Damar, what's going on? To piss about your 3 GA Skyrim that roll minimum on the power. That's so like that hurt. That's gotta hurt so bad. The unfortunate part is that I don't really benefit from cheat shot until the boss much, because I'm never really around. I feel like I'm gonna run into mobs because I skip a portion of the map on the first floor. Yep. Oh man, there's a little corner on this side too I didn't see. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Sag. Yep. I'm right. I'm about to go back to the first floor, I think. Oh no, they gave it to me, I guess. Okay, so this wasn't bad on Scourge. Actually, that's actually pretty good. Is there a build use? Skyrim was gonna. Is there a build use just for leveling a rogue? I will be solo most of the time. Coming from D2, I haven't played much of D4. Technically, Dance of Knives is the smoothest leveling or the easiest leveling experience per se. However, there's some snapshot and you kind of have to understand. So, once you understand what that is and how to do it, Dance of Knives leveling is for sure like the strongest for Rogue. But I mean, I think you can go either any way that you want. Barrage is probably the easiest to execute for leveling. So is Flurry. Also, Aerostorm. Aerostorm is actually a phenomenal leveling build, by the way. I'd probably say Aerostorm because that's like easy. What are you doing? Well, what do I think is the best way to farm boss mats? Definitely the Torment Opal, and literally kill anything, anywhere. However, the tribute with Undercity is like the way that like farm them. So I forgot the name of the tribute that you use for the for boss mass for Undercity, but do that and you'll accumulate a ton of boss mass. Also, whispers are actually pretty decent for it. The Titan tribute, there you go. Should I do it? I don't know what's the biggest difference if I choose to just go to 95s. Just do 95s. Then like I could tell just based off the amount of staggers at that point versus like, so I just do 95. And then I have to actually stay a little longer, so Cheap Shot actually might do stuff for mobs. We'll see how long this takes. Any new developments for Random Rails? Not Random Rails specifically, no. But the whole Cheap Shot board being the Cheap Shot legendary node being bugged. Trying to work that into Random Rails. Oh, come on. A lot of damage. He's gonna become crowd controlled. Yep. TC immune. Should leveling turf to go into cheap shop board? No. I'm leveling the other glyphs because I have nothing else to level. So like my lowest glyph right now is like a 93, so I'm just leveling glyphs because there's nothing else to level. You're leveling. Oh no, I'm not trying to level glyphs. I guess he just saw me like level a glyph that wasn't one of my main 5, and I'm like, I don't have anything else to level, that's all. It also gives me something to like do anyways later. Like get all my glyphs to 100. That'd be like a really slow goal that I'm not really trying to achieve, but will happen eventually. 1%ing basically for a while. John Clapp, what's going on? I'm messing up my rotations and everything. I dashed right into the explosion. Oof. Go this way. Grid doesn't reset like that, must be doing something wrong. Now you say when you say resetting like that, you mean like one of us. Yeah. Am I gonna kill Den Mother? And 3 staggers? Well, I guess now so because I proc some trick attacks, so I think. Oh, so close. So close, literally. GA armor. So how do we get the ultimate range to reset like that? So it's basically beast fall boost and the random barrels cooldown reduction. So technically speaking, it'll take roughly 2 flurries to reset your random barrels to do it again. With just these two, just beast ball boost and this. Now you pop an elixir, the resource elixir, which is what I have here, and you go above the 150 energy threshold, and then you can do the 1-to-1. So like, you know, flurry, one random rails. But the issue with that, even though you see me do it a lot, the issue with that sometimes is the fact that not every random rails gets the precision proc. So people think, oh, it's way more damage, but in reality, it's like maybe 15%, 20% more damage because more of my Rain of Arrows is not proc. It's not getting the precision proc. Whereas with every 2 flurries to 1 Rain of Arrows without the elixir per se, is practically a guaranteed precision proc on that Rain of Arrows. But I will say it is more fun to just spam the Rain of Arrows. So like, even though it's only like a 15-20% buff to whatever like that, the fun factor is just better. So like, I would always just go ahead and just say do it. But there's no masterwork priority for mini gears or master Rain of Arrows. Is it because it doesn't matter, or should I wait for update? That should not be the case unless is the website still messing up or no? No, it's back. No, there is masterworking priorities. Rain of Arrows build. Just not on the starter, because the starter is, we only do 1 masterwork. I guess the chest doesn't have it. That's right. The chest doesn't have it on the ancestral. That's the only one though, right? Yeah, it's the chest. Yeah, you masterwork the decks. I could fix that real quick. When you said mini, I thought it was like a lot of pieces. Like, okay, no, it's just a chest. Actually, no. No, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's just a chest. The legendary chest. Alright, I fixed that part then. Is it Kosher said what now? Any idea for Shadow Val? Panlu wants to play zoomed in. Alright, we're gonna go down to 90 for that though. It's because I'm not armor capped, so I can't dodge things being that close up. You mean Shroud of Frost Death or Fist of Faith and such on Mythic? Oh no, it's there. At least it's there on my screen. Do exclamation mark build. Well, don't actually do that because the planet won't be there. No. So you don't need the green arrows there. You can just see like the orange whatever. To let you know, like yellow, blue, orange, or whatever. You kind of missed your opportunity, J Matt. You could have had it. You could have had the double combo, but since you did it after I started the run, you have to wait until the next run for that with no zoomed in. I can't see. Dude. Oh, he survived the wave. How am I doing? I'm all right. My buzz is kind of going away now, so probably a little less hilarious than I was earlier, but it's okay. I had a banquet to attend tonight, and then the staff was rewarded to go to Legion Brewery, where we basically, well, got free drinks. So I was responsible, but you know, I had a few. Can Barrage farm pit 1995? I guess we said something else. How far have you invested into Barrage? I'm just gonna ask you that. Like, do you have your glyphs at 100, or you're trying to get your glyphs to 100? Is that the goal? Because my answer kind of like, my answer in terms of what advice I would give you would be determining on your goal. So Grasp of Shadows for ultimate damage on gloves. That ultimate damage is additive after you max out your no witness legendary node. So it's worth way less than like a Fist of Fate or a regular gloves, because it's just additive damage on top of a lot of additive damage you already have. And the rest of the gloves just sucks. Like, it's just awful. Glister of 100 already? Okay. So, I mean, if that's the case scenario, then, like, you don't really need to do, like, speed 90, 95s. You can just do speed 80, 85s, which is probably the threshold where Barrage feels the best at. You could probably end up speed farming 90s with really good gear on Barrage. I don't think that's worth changing into an entirely different build if you just want to go from 90 to 95. In fact, I don't think any rogue build can efficiently farm a 95 at the moment. At least not efficiently. I can do 95 in like 4-ish minutes, 4.5 minutes, something like that. 4-ish minutes, whatever. But that's not what we would technically call efficient. I just do it because I can, not because it's efficient. So, like, honestly, on the rogue, you kind of just want to stick to like 80, 85s anyway. Did you make out with one of the teachers of the park? Yeah, I told my wife that I made out with like 4 teachers there. She knows about it. Very good. The teachers hook up each other, they must. I should think like teachers like dating other teachers is usually never a good idea. mean, you would think that there'd be a lot in common or whatever, but I mean, you put the income together of both teachers, and you might be able to get an apartment together. I don't know. Maybe. Forget kids and stuff. Nah, but in all seriousness, it's... I don't know. I just rarely ever see two teachers like working out unless it's like a wholly like a completely different type of teacher. Like let's say like one's a professor doing more like university research stuff or whatever, and not like a typical teacher or something. You said hooking up? Okay, that's fair. You did say hooking up, didn't you? Sorry. I misread with the glasses on. I can't see out of the bottom right. Never get your honey where you get your money. Fair. Such little faith in the human condition. Wow, everything is possible. What did you walk into the middle of? Fail, fail, upgrade, fail. Look at Snazzy. Oh, with the shirt. Yeah. So this is the shirt I wore at the makeup, but I had like a blazer over it. So it was actually kind of nice looking. I just didn't change out the shirt. I was just like, I'll wear it on stream. It'll look nice. I think it kind of does. Like it actually does kind of look nice. I think this is the first time I had like actually like ever worn the shirt. Period. When did my Elixir expire? All right. So back to the 95 testing there. On boss fights, basically. Kill 'em all. What's up, man? Is this Nas Rain of Arrows? What up, man? Well, Rain of Vengeance, right? Yeah. I actually didn't even think about that. Like, I didn't actually put the two and two together before you said that. But yeah, it literally is like old school Natalia's. Yeah, I think about 4 shots is enough, I think. For the elites. Probably like 3 shots would happen, but to be on the safe side, 4 shots is like... gives me like confidence. A lot's happening next week for you. What's going on next week? No, what? What killed me? I legit didn't see what killed me. I was trying to like dash the next location. Is it a lightning thing? I bet you it was a lightning. Yeah, had to been something like lightning related. It's like that went through my shield. That ate like completely through my shield. For the same profit. Okay, yeah, no problem, man, no problem. But I hope all is well with you, man. Whoops. Mother's Judgment. Oof. Alright. This is good though. This is good for me. A way for me to know something. Half health, okay. Oof. Actually, I almost got hit by that. Need more arrows. Yeah, this is just like literally the worst boss I could have possibly have gotten in this test scenario. But that's okay. That's fine. No, actually, probably just to save time, I'll probably leave if I see her again. It'll literally be faster just to start another run. Start another run. Are you serious? Alright. Alright. I'm gonna get her to 3 staggers, see what her health is like, and then I'll leave. What up, Travis? It's probably gonna be about half again, right? But it's half. Okay, almost half. Alright, you can kill me now. Like those are visual clutter. You don't like all the arrows? Like and ours from last season? Wasn't all the explosions also a bunch of clutter too? No, because you know they happen a lot everywhere with arrows flying everywhere from Barrage. I can see if you were talking about like, let's say like rapid fire or something, right? But like going from one visual clutter to another visual clutter is roughly kind of. It was clear as sky and Darius. Also keep in mind, I'm zoomed in a little more than usual. Like people are usually like this. Like I'm doing standard zoom because I kind of like the way the game looks in the standard distance or whatever. So I can go to far and it'll look a little less clutter, but obviously the visual detail isn't really there. I'm probably the only streamer probably that actually plays at the standard distance now. Everyone's far out, which I have been until like the last week. Do you turn your numbers off, Frats? Like, do you have your damage numbers on or off? HNA zoom? It's under graphics. And then you'll see a thing called view distance. You can't play a game without numbers. Okay. Well, I guess then that's where the visual clutter is. Because I'm like, wait a minute, I can see everything clearly with the numbers off. But yeah, okay, with the numbers on, yeah, I can see. Yeah, it is a lot of clutter. And yeah, I do understand where you're coming from. I used to be that way too myself, a lot of the time actually, until I turned my numbers off like a week ago. And I was like, I'm not gonna like this, right? And then I kept them off for a bit, and I'm like, you know what? It's actually not that bad. But I get what you're saying though. Like it, you know, you seeing your numbers go up and stuff like that is part of the purpose of an action, of an RPG, right? Like we didn't play old school action RPG or RPGs to turn off the damage numbers, right? Like we kept them on. You want to know what we were hitting for in those turn-based, you know, JRPGs. On D3 is showing, but we don't care. That's true. I don't know. Far distance is obviously easier to see stuff, but man, it is less immersive. On a build that's like pretty close up, I would rather be standard. Again, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in the world that actually wants to play at this view distance, but I like it. But you can tell like the game was designed for this particular view distance before they added the far, because you can literally see like the outer lining of like the visual design and stuff like that. It pops at this distance, whereas further out, it just doesn't do the thing anymore. Oh, really? I should probably do it like that. Every 2-minute rails before my first buff. They're so spread out. That feels so weird to do, but it's probably more efficient to do it that way. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I guess it is more efficient to do that. So what's going on? I came from my banquet earlier. I had like a blazer over this. I just kept this shirt on. Get shocked when you see me in a different shirt than black. It's got black in it a little bit. The little anvils are actually black. You're gonna beat Logan Paul. Relief us. Dark soda when you need your mouth. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whenever. Riptide. I'm down for it whenever. Just not seeing your comment. You just know the cat and they all look the same, but still. Oh, you gotta do it before 1 p.m. tomorrow? Wait, what happens? What happens at 1 p.m. tomorrow? Why did it change from Eldritch Bound to Cheap Shot? Because Cheap Shot is bugged. It's apparently double depending on frozen targets. I'm not really able to get much benefit out of it though, because I'm not really around the mobs for the Cheap Shot effect to really like get the full value, because I'm usually casting my minerals and dipping. But I guess the biggest thing is I believe it double dips on the stagger boss too if the principles are all the same. So if that's the case, then Cheap Shot will still be worth it for me, for a player like me, but maybe. But yeah, I mean, I just put a board there for now. Like obviously I didn't like, you know, make it like the main part of a Maxroll guide or something like that, but it's just there for the sake of being there, so people know what I'm experimenting with. So it's not like an official Paragon board change. I've already messed up this already. This is a bad run. I'm like, you wasn't using preparation for the CD. Yeah, that's, you weren't prepared. You're planning to play D4 to the end of the season? I mean, I won't totally just switch games completely or whatever. I might play like some D4 on and off or whatever, because eventually I do, you know, I will hit 300 Paragon or whatever, but it'll be like a slow journey, of course. So that's going to take a chunk of the season to do at the rate that I'm going, messing around with things. And then, of course, there's the mid-season patch, so we'll see how good that ends up being. Wow, next season so far, I don't know, but this mid-season patch better be a banger, though. Just saying. Did I comment on the Dark Citadel thing? Yeah, I did. I was saying whenever you're ready. I wasted so much time with that power trap in the day. Speaking of which, I think I have to actually do the quest, right? I don't even know if I can even do the Dark Citadel without doing the quest yet. What's my crit damage? I don't know. Like over 4,000 something. Or 4,500. Yeah, I guess I'm have to do the quest, right? I assume. Go. Help me with the sales estimate for chest armor plate. I'm like the wrong person for that. I don't really do any trading, so somebody else in chat might be able to help you, but I won't be able to. There's too many enemies for me not to want to like mollywop this area. Do you want to get a couple from chat? Yeah, sure. Let me finish this quest. How long does this quest take? I forgot. 'Cause I don't even have the quest unlocked, so. Interact with stuff. Grab more stuff. Zanla with the sub, appreciate you. Gotcha. Bruno with the 5 gift of subs. What's going on, sir? Activate the soul siphon. Yeah. I didn't get to because you look good in white. So I need to wear more white shirts. Is that what you're trying to tell me? This is like grayish, gray. It's like gray, like a light gray. Probably shows a more white on stream though. I went to a banquet earlier, so and I had like a jacket over this, a blazer over it. Instead of changing out to like a, you know, a super comfy shirt, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just wear this. I don't feel like changing anything. All the rewards suck. Okay, all right. I have it unlocked now apparently, so You can invite whenever. I was like, wait a minute, why am I capped? I'm like, oh yeah, someone did the thingy. I guess we could pull from chat. Anybody want to do a Dark Citadel? I'm getting crickets at the moment. I didn't know that there's like stream lag, so I'm gonna wait. But someone says I haven't done it before. Zen. Um, I guess do you want to? I guess you can kind of just tag along. You don't have to really do much. In terms of like the mechanic part of it, like you just gotta kill things. How does this build kill pit 100? Exclamation mark build.
Hello.
If there's any build in the game use the talisman, no. It used to be best in slot on like some classes, and then they nerfed it, and then no one uses it anymore. This is like in the PTR though, like 2 PTRs ago. But song, basically, if you're trying to do hit 100, you can you at that amount of crit damage. I mean, as long as you're not fighting Mother's Judgment or a Blood Bishop, you'd be able to kill any boss. It'll take you like almost the entire run. But generally speaking, just like most precision builds, you have to fight a boss with minions. So like you need to get one of the 6 bosses that has minions basically, and then the 100 clear will be very easy. But that's just kind of the nature of Rogue in general. It's worse on precision builds than like any other builds, but with how trick attack scales and how important that is of passive for the class and a lot of crowd control damage and the need for stagger, bosses in general is just kind of rough. Unless you get a boss with ads. Well, boss with minions, same thing. So how's the grind treating as a humble non-Spiritborn blaster? Me just hitting 279 guns has been like climbing Mount Doom barefoot with a backpack full of bricks. I'm here clawing your way up, especially when I'm gone at a time. While Spiritborn sips lattes at the top, totally unfazed. Brutal doesn't even get to cover it. I mean, honestly, I mean, sure, but I mean, I guess if the achievement is very important for you, then yeah, you would want to just Spiritborn and get that like the fastest way possible. But if you don't care about the achievement, then like you don't gain much from like Paragon 270 and on up. Like most builds in the game are done with their Paragon board. Like after that, you're just placing points in random places or main stat. So like there's, you know, sure, Spiritborn can get to 300 faster than anyone else, but like there is no like real advantage between 270 and 300 outside of like 100 and something main stat. Like that's kind of it. You're not gonna feel that, or even know you did it. Yeah, it's just like, so like that's why I'm like, so like if there's anything about the Spiritborn that bothers me, it's not that. There's no relevance there on that. I guess we just go. I guess we'll just go. We're tied. Yeah, let's just go. All right. Let me get my elixir. I'm gonna play you at work. It's all good. I'm not capped at all on armor or resistances when I'm in a party. What do you do for work, Rowan? Out of curiosity. I guess we go. Come on, outside. This was D3. I'd be lounging at 3K Paragons, sipping an energy drink. I don't know what the fuss about. 300 guns only matter because it's the first time scaling this cursed mountain, I guess. Next season, I wouldn't give a flying penguin if I said a 10 cons and call it a day. Okay, that's a fair assessment. It's actually been a while since I've done this, so like, I don't remember all the mechanics. I'll probably just come back. The clean restaurant before they open. Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's been several times. I mean, I worked in the restaurant industry for, gosh, how long did I do it for? I'm what, 39 now. I started when I was 19. I stopped 3 years ago. So 17 years. I was a waiter. All different restaurants here, man. That's my like second job. But yeah, we used to kind of like it because that means that like when you guys come, because it means that we didn't have to like clean the floors or whatever, or like clean whatever that that we had to do. Like usually it was like the floor, like the carpet cleaners that would come in. So that means we didn't have to like hook you back in the floor before they came in a sense, because they were going to do it anyway. So it was like a shorter night for us every time they were like roll through. So we were like, we loved it. I don't know what kind of work that you do specifically, but I don't know why that's the thing that came to mind for some reason. Yeah, I look like I'm 23 or something. Yeah. I still get carded everywhere I go. We started this game yesterday, only about an hour in, so the campaign, so I had to learn this so much. Yeah, if you're a brand new player, yeah, there's definitely quite a bit to catch up on. But the campaign's good though, so don't skip the campaign. Definitely take your time. Trying to grab whatchamacallit. Do I play PoE? No, not really. I do have like about 200-ish hours of it total, which is like basically nothing at all. Like as if I haven't even played the game really. Just not really a fan of the combat, honestly. That's kind of really it. I like a lot of what they do. Oh, like I like the game itself a lot. I just don't like the combat. Which is unfortunate, because I mean, for a game that you're supposed to grind on, like if you don't enjoy the combat much, then I just won't play it much because, well, you know. But Diablo played PoE too. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I have every intent on trying that. The combat looks great there. A seasoned vet of 29. You said you'll play PoE too, J-Mac, if I do. I feel like there's no reason. I mean, if you like action RPGs, I feel like there's very little no reason to not try PoE too, whether you like the first one or not. Just simply just because, you know, it's, well, I don't think I have to really even say. At the very least, try it, right? Like, and that's kind of where I'm coming from too as well. But like for me, obviously, the biggest thing is the combat. Combat looks sick, and that excites me the most. I'll stay. Yeah, I'll stay up top. I guess whatchamacallit is gonna stay up here too. Alright. Ow. Ow. I might just taking those hits. Trying. There we go. Come in. Oof. Yeah, alright, you're excited again. They're tragic. That definitely is gonna kill me because I'm totally not resistance cap. Binge watched Windbreaker, and it's a pretty decent anime. What's it about? I just caught up with Bleach yesterday. The season 3 or whatever, 1,000 Year Blood War, and that was great. High school fighters. So like, My Hero Academia sort of thing, or it's kind of what that reminds me of. Okay, I'm gonna open the gate. Or oh wait, did not see that last hit, that attack. Last 1,000 Years War, great, great. There's so many interesting, I'd say plot twist isn't really the right word for it, but like, the tying up loose connections from the original series, has been pretty fantastic. Is all I will say. Finished the manga for My Hero Academia. Yeah. I definitely just do the anime. I don't like to read the manga for anything. My brother does. My brother like reads the manga, like all the mangas, but I'd rather just wait for the anime. So I'm waiting for the anime to come back for that. And now I'm thinking, oh, so that's the story behind all those 90s MTV songs I keep hearing while lurking. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Kind of the era, you know, I kind of grew up in. Yeah, I'll check it out though. What's it called again? High School Fighters. I gotta catch up on like some Black Clover too as well. Like I've only seen like the first like season and a half of it. I've been telling myself I'm gonna actually finish it someday and have it. Oof. I should have potted earlier. I have one. It's in. How to. One Piece is your all-time favorite, bro. I can never. I can't with One Piece, man. Like when I found, like, I guess when I heard about, you know, how good it was at the time. I think I was still watching Naruto, and I found out how many episodes I was already behind, and I'm just like, yeah, bro, nah, like, ain't no way. Like no, like there's just no way. I'm never gonna like catch up. Like literally, I'm gonna have to like pass the torch on to like, you know, my kids and then grandkids to finish up One Piece for me. Because hey, there's just not enough time in the day for me to catch up. Definitely saw Demon. Oh yeah, absolutely. Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen. Solo leveling was actually a surprise banger. I like solo leveling a lot actually. Also, solo leveling was probably one of my, that and Attack on Titan were like the two animes that like started off being somewhat decent. Once they started up being decent, like the first couple episodes were actually good. Like most animes, it's just like you have this really like, you know, forced storyline. You know, somebody's parents die or, you know, gets murdered or whatever, and now the main character is upset and comes and goes on this journey to figure out some sort of super secret power they have hidden in them. You know, like all that, you know, regular anime stuff, right? So like the first couple episodes of like those animes is just like boring. They're boring, but you know it's gonna be good. Like so you stick with it because you know that's just how it is. Like you know it's bad. You know the first episode is gonna always be bad. But like Solo Leveling and like Attack on Titan caught you like on the first episode or two. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, dang, all right, cool. You know, like that's different. You know, so Sakamoto Days. I actually haven't seen it, honestly. It's on the This is making me smile. How many episodes is Black Clover? It's like, it's not like as many as like some of the like more popular shonen, right? Like it's not like a Naruto, Bleach, or One Piece type amount of episodes. I would say maybe what is it like? Probably like around My Hero Academia amount of episodes, or somewhere around that range, or. Just take the boss when you get to him? Okay. If I remember, I'll probably be like reading chat, not just like pushing buttons. Is that the original Fullmetal Alchemist, the Brotherhood? So I think that's like I think you're the first person to ever like say that. Not that I agree or disagree. I guess I never heard anyone like dislike Brotherhood. But I literally didn't finish it either. Like I started it but never like actually finished Fullmetal Alchemist. So I have like little opinion of it, but I liked it. Don't get me wrong. Just never went back to finish it. Hunter x Hunter, yeah, I've seen all of that. Also very good. The fight scenes were incredible in that too, as well. Usually, like the animes I watch, like, you know, usually it's gotta have some good fight scenes. The only anime that I will watch that has absolutely poor fight scenes, but a very good story, like an absolutely baller story. That I still would support and like defend to this day is Inuyasha. I mean, it was the absolute most boring fights, but the story was literally a banger. I would cringe every time like the fight scenes actually happened. So I'm just like, really, another Iron Reaver Soul Stealer. Here we go. All right, well, there, you know, all right, you know, do that. Fight over. Next. Even when like Inuyasha would like, you know, turn into like, you know, the you know, demon or whatever, demon blood or whatever you want to call it. You know, like even that wasn't that interesting. It was just like, okay, kind of. It was interesting because the story was interesting, but it wasn't interesting because of fight scenes, if that makes sense. Like you were never interested in like, I'll say never interested in the fight, but it was, I don't know. Have to see Bungo Stray Dogs. What's it about? Mind games, okay. Yeah, I mean that's true, Bruno. Like there are like, you know, there are some animes that like, or there, you know, some things that when you play as, you know, you play it or watch as a kid or whatever, it's just gonna hit different, right? About Death Note, I never got a chance. I never got around to it. Oops, wrong button. I don't know why I thought that was funny. Like, dude thought he was doing something, right? And we just, you know, we get something to bury or whatever, and then he comes charging at us, and then Spiritborn does Spiritborn stuff. And that was it. Death Note was your very first anime ever. Dragon Ball Z was my first. Actually, no, I lied. Sailor Moon was my first anime ever, but I didn't know it was an anime at the time because it just came on like regular TV or whatever. So I thought it was a cartoon. I didn't realize it was anime until later. And then DBZ was the next. With Dragon Ball and then Dragon Ball Z. Death Note to Attack on Titan. I guess it just depends on what you like. Like, are you more into like something more story driven? You know, a tearjerker. You know, crazy fights. A little bit of all. I'd probably, honestly, something that's kind of like pretty short but really good. I wouldn't say it's short, but like, you know, not long at all. I'd probably jump into Demon Slayer next, honestly. Like that's an easy anime to just kind of just like get into and watch and like It's fun. No matter what you're into, like what kind of anime you're into, I think Demon Slayer kind of like has to be one of the ones you watch. You just kind of have to. And it's something that you can kind of like watch and not have to like pay that much attention to, because like it's not like a super in-depth type of story per se. Like it's pretty straightforward. So it's something that you can kind of like, you know, binge a bit and not like be like, what the hell's going on half the time. For some people that can bore some people, obviously, but since the fights, there's so much fighting and the fights are really, really good and entertaining, then it kind of makes up for the rather streamlined story. I'll put it that way. So you stayed the boss this time? Okay. Actually, kind of forgot how do I get out of here again? There we go. Alright, now I'm leaving. Is it a good time to get back into the game right now? Oh yeah. The game is way different than it was in season 1. Like everyone in the chat who's telling you that is definitely not lying to you. It's a drastically different game from season 1. I gotta find a much more class, so I'll go down here. There it is. Okay, I got it. Forest. There you go. But you gotta watch it at 2 SP because man, it crawls on like a snail on a lazy day. Well, I mean, so I guess if you're, I don't know, like I didn't really feel that way as much. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'd say I guess maybe I'm used to like Naruto and Bleach fillers, like those are crawls, right? Where like, you know, nothing happens for like literally a year, sometimes. But Demon Slayer is, you're usually not too far off from an interesting fight of some sort. Each time. That's why I say it's like one of those animes where it's like you can easily get into and like jump in and like watch and be like, okay, that was good. Next, you know, type thing. That was really good. Bankai and he turned this. Where's that whatchamacallit? Okay, Slay. Good. Yay, we did it, guys. We did it. I keep forgetting to spin my elbows though, but we did it. My coinage. Glows a cosmos. And we have one more. Drastically different for the better. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So there are some things that change, that significantly change for the better, like drastically for the better. And then there's some things that changed that It's only slightly better, but I would say basically the entire game has changed for the better in all areas. Some with considerably more improvement than others, but bugs are still a problem. I would actually almost say that there's more bugs now than there used to be then. So like if there's a step backwards, I would say that. Trying to think of what else. I mean, that's kind of it though. But it's totally worth playing now. Like, I mean, if you still have, I mean, if you got the game, you bought the game or whatever like that, there's very little reason why you wouldn't want to go ahead and just try it. At the very least, just like give it a shot. Yeah, Bruno. I mean, it's also a tearjerker too, man. Like there's been many times in like Demon Slayer where I felt it, man. I felt what Tanjiro felt like many times throughout. I won't say much more, but man, I'm like for a anime that doesn't really go too far into anyone's backstory, you somehow get attached to them real quick. Like the characters, like there's no like they don't really spend too much time on backstories like that, but you get attached to the characters real quick somehow. And it's like, I don't even know you, but I love you, man. I love you, man. Don't go. It's just like, what was it? I won't say much, but like the train. I'm gonna just say the train. If you know, you know. Again, don't know the character that much, or the characters, or character and that, but you didn't know you felt something until stuff happened, and then you're just like, why am I so attached? I have no idea. Like I said, if you know, you know. Did I watch X-Men? I have not. I have not decoyed. I have not. I totally forgot about it. I know. I am a huge disappointment. I am sorry. A waste for the potato alert. Shout out to Ringer. Yeah. Yeah. There it is. Oh. You know, one of these days, I actually want to play this build on controller. Like, this is one of those builds where I don't really need to, like... Well, I guess the smoke grenade might be tough to aim or whatever, but outside of that, like... I could probably just play this like this is an action game on controller. How much raw do I have left? I don't know, like 15k, 16k somewhere. I told you, get a controller for a channel point redemption. Okay. I like vaguely remember that, but that's a great idea. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah, 30k raw high, but 67 iron chunks. Yeah, I mean that basically goes to show you what you spent most of your time master working, right? So like, if you play like, if you're pushing or you play a precision rogue, then like you're gonna be out of raw high probably more than anything because you have to triple master work. The Kaladin name was like, ain't no way you don't, right? So like that's all your raw high gone. So I've always been lower on rawhide than like the chunks, I guess, so far. Jeez, yo, all that poison. I pick up the pots before he hits me again. No, Riptide. Oh, he died in the other realm. Hold on, let me get the stone thing. Well, fail. I was supposed to warp, huh? Wait. Oh, he just popped back. There we go. Okay. You're good. I visually like the Dark Citadel, like the just like the way the environment looks. I dashed too far. Like I felt that. Like the moment I hit the button, I was like, that was it. All right, Bruno, you have a good one. Let me interact with it. Oh, I guess it won't let me. Who has a stone? Or do I have it? No, I don't have it. Ow. There it is. Why did I do that? Ugh. I dashed right into the thing. I guess we'll look at your first GA Juke Attack Scout. You got a triple in the first try? Dude. I can't tell you how many mats I spent on that thing. I'm trying to triple mine. Right, you said it's a died like a month ago. Right, it was depressing. I was like, come on. And like normally I wouldn't care that much, you know, getting double crit to triple crit, but due to the nature of the trick attack scaling, like getting a triple crit versus a double crit is like 25% damage difference, which is way too big to leave on a table. I'm like, yo, that's like another aspect. So I was like, I have to triple crit here. On the other stuff, I didn't care about triple critting on like, or as much on the other days, but on that piece for sure, it was like a necessity. Yay! I got the achievement reward thingy. Whatever that means. But people on my friends list are like, wait a minute, you just not finished the Dark Citadel? When Jay was happening. All these unspent bubbles. Scroller Grave Oil. Scroller Contain Goblins. I forgot about all these dead things you can use in the party. Just because, well, you know. Now you gotta go put this someplace. Did I get anything at all out of this? What we got? Transmogs, of course. Alright, let's take a look at the loot. I'm gonna take a look at the thing. The vendor. Show me your merchandise. Hmm. I don't know. I actually don't even know what in cash, crafting cash, I guess. Crafting materials is probably the best thing. I would assume. Of all of these. Let's see. That's kind of it. Severhead goes on pedestal and QS. Okay. So I guess I need to go there then. All right. Well, QS. Hold on. Actually, let's pick up the. It's not it. Looked like a stash, but it wasn't. That salvage here. Go to QS. So laggy here. Sweet. The was it the headers cache? Okay. I got a title. Some scroll restorations. Oh, there's the mount. Okay. More coins. Purple marker. Try playing your Steam Deck at this hotel, but the Wi-Fi is trash. So I remember what was it at BlizzCon last year? Snuggy um brought his Steam Deck, and we were playing, or he was playing on a Steam Deck, and I thought it was interesting because I was like, how does it run on a Steam Deck? He's like, actually pretty good. I think he was playing Shred Druid at the time. I think it was. And so I was like, "Can I play?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." So like, I just grabbed this Steam Deck and played on the Steam Deck. And it's actually quite good. It's actually since they had the highest, it was actually quite good considering I was actually very impressed with how well it ran on the Steam Deck. Hold on a sec. Anyways, you know, GG's, y'all. Should we hang out to Mythics? I think they might buff Mythics on season match. I don't know. That's a good question. I honestly don't know. You guys are right. This actually is a pretty nice shirt. Like I'm looking at it now, like on the OBS thing. I'm like, that actually is pretty nice compared to what I usually I usually wear on stream. But no, I actually haven't really did a lot with the cheap shot like thing, but I think I'm like probably one of the wrong players to like really mess with it or test it. Only reason I say that is because like I'm the one that like leaves the area. Like I beat up things, or well I cast a whatchamacallit and then I just leave. So like I don't really get the cheap shot buff almost at all in most case scenarios until I fight the pit boss, and I don't have the gear to really like pull apart enough to be able to decipher a 25% damage difference on like a pit boss during stagger. So it'll be definitely be worth it for that. And if I was pushing for sure. But I think just for regular old killing everything in the game, I don't know if I personally would go for a cheap shot. But I say personally, just because other people's experience may differ. Someone else might farm differently than I do, or play the build differently than I play it. So it's like this whole album is actually pretty good, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like when I first heard that, like Eminem was coming out with another album again, I'm just like, oh really, like dude. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I love some M, but I'm just like, it might just be time for you, just like hang it up and just retire. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yeah, don't do it. And then like heard the album and like just what the album was about in general. I'm just like, wow, this was a good concept. I'll put it that way. In front of being her at fit, I know. Yeah. I wonder what made him come up with that though. Like, I mean, it's probably the perfect time to actually come up with a concept like that too, though. But I think honestly he should probably leave it at that though. Like, I don't know how much better he can, like. I don't think anything he can do at this point is gonna top that right now, in terms of like going on in the future. Like, he's not gonna be able to I don't say not gonna be able, like. I don't know. I just don't see how he's gonna be able to like content wise. I don't see how he's gonna be able to outdo this album. Features only from it. Yeah, basically, yeah. That track from O4 about Chris Reeve absolutely killed me. And you are joking, man. Yeah. Bring back D12. That would be rather interesting. Yeah. Actually, I mean, D12 could have probably been like part of this album if he could have got them all back together. Then we could probably get like D12's perspective of like the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, get like a third party in there. mixed up in there. I'm sure you probably thought of something like that, but it just probably just didn't work out. What album am I listening to right now? Nothing currently. Let me get my whisper real quick. D12 was a vibe though. It was. It was. It's definitely interesting to go back and listen to it now, like when you're older versus when you listen to it, you know, as a kid in school, middle school, / early high school, or you know, whenever that was for you guys. Definitely some references you didn't really get as a kid. Even if you thought you got it, you didn't really get it. Ice Cube's new song. I didn't even know he had to put out a new song. I'm doing Dura by myself, and I got like 3 mythics so far. You could probably ask some people in the chat for some Dura runs. I'm about to call it pretty soon, just because like it has been an incredibly long day. I am a little tired. Sorry for the shorter streams in the recent, but man, it is. My days, my last 3 to 4 days in general, from like Sunday to like today, has been like, not even kidding, like 19-hour day, 20-hour, like almost non-stop doing something work related days, if you want to include streaming. Yeah, what is his biggest hit single ever, really? Oh, you didn't know? No, let's see the album. Oh no, Eminem's new album, The Death of Slim Shady, I think is what it's called. When do I sleep? Uh, usually I get a nap in before I go to work in the morning, and then I get a nap when I come home. Depending on how I'm feeling, I might DoorDash a little bit, just because I kind of like the extra income and it's kind of fun. And then go and see if there's any Maxroll work to do, respond to comments on videos, DMs, Discords, that kind of thing. Then, you know, eat, then prep for stream, rinse and repeat, do it all over again, kind of sort of thing. So it's a pretty busy it's a pretty busy time, but I like to stay busy anyhow. Like if I'm like don't have anything to do, like I feel like I'm not being productive, and it's just like weird. So like, sure, I can probably take more of a break from other things, but it's like if I'm not doing something, I feel like I'm like behind on something. Then Cube's new song is his biggest single release he's ever had. I'm about to check it out. I honestly did not know he released a new song. Probably sad though. I should have known. I should have known. You have to wake up early to go to work every day. Oh, I'm a teacher, so but like I'm kind of more part time than anything, just because I'm not fully recovered. So like I don't always go in like bright and early. The other director kind of handles like the morning 2 classes every other like on 8 days, I guess you could say. So, but as I'm starting to be able to deal with the pain a little bit better, or manage the pain a little bit better, I've been like staying longer and longer each time. I haven't watched the channel in a while. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Content's been decent. But I don't know how long is a while, but I've had double hernia surgery 6 months ago. Kind of suffering the aftermath of it, which is the chronic nerve pain. That part sucks. Do you have to go to all the football games you've been? The home games. I didn't go to any of the away games because I didn't have to. So I'm like, nope. because you're like, come to the away. Cause like they'll ask me to come. It's like, yo, come to this game. Come to this away game. I'm like, nah, I'm good. We're good. Have fun. Nah, I just like I've done as like I don't know like I mean it's like Friday nights too, man. Like sometimes I kind of want like a Friday night to myself sometimes. Didn't know I was still wasn't 100%. Yeah, so like the chronic nerve pain has not gone away. I think at this point my body is just sort of understanding that it's just something you live with. And so like the pain signals are not as apparent, but the feeling of the nerve being pissed off all the time is still there. So it's still very uncomfortable and it's still pretty painful, but it's more manageable now than I would say a couple of months ago. But I need to figure out what to do next because I'm tired of just kind of throwing money at the wall for doctors or whatever to tell me that either the same things or not really have an answer. So next thing I'm gonna do is some acupuncture, or at least attempt that, and then go to a neurologist. Those are in my area for some strange reason hard to book. So. Lumbar region, growing. But basically, like the nerve, the nerve that I don't know if it's like a couple of nerves or whatever that's kind of caught or issued or damaged or whatever, but like it travels from like the right groin area to like across the pelvis all the way down to like the front of my left leg and sometimes my tailbone. You know, and yeah, it's just. It's a thing. Oh, you gotta add. My best friend's a band director. He purposely teaches middle school to avoid the games. Hope they never get like a pet ban for basketball games. For middle school, that is a thing. But yeah, for football games, yeah, you got a point. I don't know though, like teaching band in middle school is like so. I think it's considerably much harder than like high school because you're literally starting them brand new, but them not knowing anything about the instrument that they're trying to learn, and then they're like middle school kids. It's like the attention span of a fly. Like it's just like it's so rough. I say that as someone that would go into the middle school sometimes to help out percussionists there, and I'm just like, I don't know how you guys do it, man. You guys don't get nearly enough credit. Because if your middle school programs are bad, then your high school programs are gonna obviously suffer as well. It's the high school directors that kind of get most of the credit. I had a nerve injury in your foot and it legit lasted for over a year. Yeah, I'm on like month 7 now of this thing, and I'm just ready for it to just quit and go home. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's right, I'm doing it. Nerves do take a while to heal, though, so be optimistic. I'm sure it'll just take time. Well, that's the thing. I don't know what. Like, the thing about it is that no one's told me or been able to tell me what happened. So I don't know if the nerve is nicked or stuck underneath some scar tissue from the healing of the, hernia repair. Is it strangled? Like, I don't know. So like I've been trying my best to try to like look up symptoms and try to explain, I guess, what I may or may not have or whatever, but like I don't know what happened. So like I don't know. I guess that's the reason why I'm not necessarily so optimistic about like it just kind of going on its own, because if it's just something that has to heal, then it's kind of like, okay, I know. But if it's just caught in something or whatever, then like that's something I have to figure out what to do with. Otherwise it's just gonna always be pissed off at me until that either gets stretched or something. I don't know. So for me it's more of a frustration of just not knowing what the actual issue is. What the actual, why are my nerves upset? You see what I'm saying? Like, why are they pissed off? I don't know why they're pissed off. All I know is that they weren't that way before the surgery. And there's 5 nerves in that area, so which one of the 5 that are in that particular area actually really pissed off? Or is it like a couple of them that are pissed off? They just a lot of unanswered questions I have, and every time I try to get information about it from my doctor, I just never get. It's just more so of take more Advil, more Tylenol, give it a couple of more months. That's pretty much all I get. Yeah, I stopped taking like the meds though. Like, I think I'm done with that. It's so not good for my body to be taking meds like that for that long. Gonna help problem. I managed to get a doctor's appointment about my knees because they're hurting a lot lately. How far out is your appointment? All these boss myths I can't pick up because of the scrolls. So these are all interesting ideas, by the way. These like rare consumables and scrolls, like they're all interesting ideas on paper. The idea of like the Dark Citadel being like really hard to like beat or whatever, but if progression would. Well, I won't. I mean, basically, you're gonna always have a party where there is at least one Spiritborn. So, like, even without Spiritborn, I don't really see many of those things really being used anyway. But you definitely would never see them used as long as you have a Spiritborn in your party. Maybe they revive, but. Actually, what? Let me see. Wait, 6 wave one. December 30th. Oh man, that's a ways away, but I guess that's probably yeah. Chess West, what's up, man? Guys, something if attack speed's already 100. I can't go any further on the Let's go right for the capping. There's 2 different caps though. So like if you're like your sheet only tells you part of the story. So like in order for you to really truly know whether you've capped, you have to like do outside math per se on like each build. Actually has a good sheet with the cast for each class. Yep. So yeah, that the thing is that you'll never really be you won't reach cap on this build because you don't take a lot of attack speed anythings anywhere. Like you don't take any aspects with attack speed, any like the only attack speed you really take is honestly like the biggest source is your Starless Skies, and that's stat wise, right? So you got that, and then of course your Sky Hunter, Fist of Fate or regular gloves or whatever, but Fist of Fate probably. That's really it. Like you don't really have you don't have a lot of source of attack speed. But give me a sec though. I could probably give you an exact answer. Sorry, I'm reading some chat stuff. Also, 2 chest lists. The like Renovaros would has well, and Flurry will have 2 different sets of like animation stuff. So but yeah, I'll do Horse tomorrow. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Why Flurry over a ranged core skill? Because Flurry can also stack precision stacks, even though it's not supposed to be able to do that. And Flurry does multiple things. One, it gives you vulnerable. Barrage can too, but Flurry does it too as well. Flurry can teleport you, making it very easy to get around, making it very fast for speed farming. And 3, you can also heal with Flurry. You can do Barrage, but the problem with Barrage is that since Barrage can also spin precision, you don't want to spin precision on your core range skill, because then that means your render arrows won't get the precision proc, and without the precision proc, your render arrows hit like a wet noodle. So like you can do a range core skill, but you will end up you get less benefit for doing so, and 2, you're gonna proc precision on the range core skill more often than you will like, leaving your render arrows hitting like a wet noodle more often than you will like. That's why. Nah, but anyways, I mean, you in terms of your attack speed is concerned, like, but yeah, alchemical advantage is like is of course cap 2. Everything else is cap 1. But like, it's hard to reach cap 1 already unless you have perfect masterworks. Like even on my piece, my gear here, you know, I got almost 40% here. So you got 39, 42. You're looking at what, 80, 81, almost 82. So then here with this here, 19.1, that will cap me. So there technically isn't really any real wasted attack speed, I guess you could say. I guess what you could do though is you could just remove the like attack speed from like the Paragon board if you wanted. The 2 nodes for that. Like if you reach cap, you can just look at that and then be like, all right, well I can save 2 points there. But I would assume that most people playing the build will not be able to get like a GA masterwork attack speed like Ring of Starlit Skies or a GA attack speed here on like Sky, you know, Sky Hunter. So that's why I didn't put much emphasis on it because it's not something you need to do. And it's something that most people will almost never hit. No, Riptide. You ever go back to StarCraft 2? No. No. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the sub. It's one of those things where if I ever do, like if I go back to playing real-time strategy games, then I'll put it this way, if I find out that I'm even like remotely still kind of decent at the game, then that would be bad for Diablo 4 content. There's a reason why I left the scene. It's just to be good at a game like that requires an unhealthy amount of time and commitment and all that stuff. And obviously I'm in a different place in my life where I can't afford to do that. I just legit like just can't afford to do that. I know I can't just play Rogue 1 every time I play 1. I get bored fast. I don't know why. How many builds do you try on Rogue? Yeah, Rapid Fire you still gotta do a lot of work for sure. You should just play WoW. It's just one of those things where like you said StarCraft 3 was just announced. What now? It will never be about Blizzard. I don't think Blizzard would ever like Blizzard. The reason why we have other RTSs coming out now is because Blizzard refused to continue that. So that's why we have it now. That's why, you know, have those other RTSs. But I'll say this: I was a bigger fan of Warcraft 3 than I was of StarCraft 2. So like, if they came up with the Warcraft 4 RTS, that would be a different story. I will play that. But you know, they'll make that MMO money. Alright, I'm gonna do just a couple of piss, but I'm gonna do it with a regular glove. Which means I gotta change out stuff again. Actually, I can just do. Why don't I just do retribution? on the glove. I don't have to change out aspects or whatever. That makes way too much sense, right? Actually, I guess Edge Masters work too. I don't know why I don't bother like trying that for a bit. Oh, and then I can switch out pants, right? So yep, there we go. So I can get some crowd control. Just to both StarCraft and Warcraft 3 are some of the best games ever. Yeah, me too. I feel like that too. Like that was my thing growing up. Like you know how like everybody who's played D4, like D2 was their childhood. Like RTSs were basically mine. RTSs and fighting games.
Anything could be lucky.
Just triple crit damage on your Sky Hunter, finally. What's your projectiles like? Your marksman chance projectiles. Assuming you're playing Rena Rails. $50, is that bad? Yeah. It is. Because marksman chance basically means your wave chances. So like how many waves random arrows you're gonna get basically. So every wave has a chance to proc another wave. Or you have a chance to double your weapon that way. So yeah, 50% means you're leaving like 50% of waves on like the table technically. However, I will say this: the first wave is the strongest wave, so it's not entirely 50% damage loss. It's a little less than that. But you definitely want to try to get the waves up. I'm using Victimizer Precision. Definitely Precision. You can't do Victimizer random arrows. Also, it would feel awful if you tried. Like, it would be real awful feeling. Imagine all these random arrows, like, hitting everywhere. But it deals no damage until Victimized procs in the smaller circle. Like, that would feel awful. Like, really bad. I'm at 96, 96, 95. Oh, I got the 5% chance. Which is better, Con 2 GA CDR and imbuement or 2 GA CDR and ultimate? Definitely CDR and ultimate by far. Imbuement is like worth like nothing. Paperwork used to be suck at that tier 101. Is that still the case? Not really. No. I mean, well, kind of, but in a different way. I'd say more so for like glyph XP, but like most builds cannot like just farm 101s. So, in fact, I think every class really just can't just farm 101s like at will at the moment, other than like Spiritborn. I mean, by farming like 3-minute 101s or whatever, so that doesn't really apply for any of the other classes in the game. But what I will say is that like a build that can pretty much be like 80 plus, like between 80 to 90s is good. It's considered like the standard for any class that isn't Spiritborn. You want to build Rogue or Spiritborn? Best farming build for Rogue? Dance of Knives. I'm assuming you mean like all, like you mean like Nightmare Dungeons, Hell Ties, lower level pits, those kind of things. If you're putting all those together, Dance of Knives is gonna be better for that. Or faster, I put it that way. There is a case to argue for Rain of Arrows, but I think like Rain of Arrows farms really quickly in pit content and in front of hordes, but not so much Hell Ties and Nightmare Dungeons, only because you have to go back and pick up stuff. If you notice, like when I'm playing right now, I dash to the target, I teleport with Flurry, I cast like 1 or 2 arrows, and then I'll leave. Because the waves are going to finish killing. Where I can't really do that on like Nightmare Dungeon stuff, because you have to wait until the enemy dies to grab the masterwork of materials, so you can't like leave the area completely. So it feels a little, it definitely feels a little slower, not because you're slow, but because you have to wait for mobs to die to, you know, get the masterworking from Nightmare Dungeons or the whatchamacallit from Hell Ties. So but if you're gonna be spending a lot of time doing pit in front of hordes, I'd probably recommend Rain of Arrows, to be honest. Or if you plan on pushing, right? If you want to push too, I will recommend Rain of Arrows in that case. Wait, why was I wasn't able to cast anything. Like that was just stuck. Mother's Judgment. Oof. You just run 2 laps in Nightmare Dungeons. Yeah, so you have to go back and pick up all the stuff you might have missed. I'm okay. Like I'm okay with that though. Like I'm okay with the nature of it, because I mean, it is a slower moving like skill or whatever that's meant to be like high devastation. So like I think the the delay in the arrows kind of raining down is actually like worth the damage output it actually like brings or whatever. So I think it's a fair trade. You guys have to be 100 to clear pit 100 with rain of arrows. No. You can do it. You can as long as you get a boss with minions. I want to make that clear because in my video I said the same thing. You know, if I get a boss with minions, you know, it'll be like a minute and a half kill on a minute and a minute and a half kill on the boss, depending on the boss. But yeah, I mean, if you get a boss with minions, I mean, your glyphs can be like 80, 70, 70, 80 or whatever, and you'll be fine. But at that point, it's just a matter of getting a good hit boss though. Like, that's the difference between being able to fly through 100 and then barely clearing 100 or not clearing 100 at all. It's literally the pit boss. Keep getting chieftain. Oh, you just reset, man. Blood Bishop, Chieftain, Mothers, and I'm gonna say Mother's Embrace. Those three especially are instant leaves. I can deal with Den's Mother. Den's Mother is fine. Bramble actually isn't too bad either, honestly. Bramble doesn't have as much HP. Yeah, Blood Bishop, Mother's Judgment, Chieftain, or instant leaves. On the 100, that is. Like, I'm not talking about like pushing, but like on the 100. If you're just trying to get a 100 clear and you're not like geared out or whatever, those three are instant leads for sure. What is the most fun leveling build for Rogue and the build that transition to endgame? So I can't answer that for you because I don't know what you find fun. For instance, my version of what I find fun is usually doesn't correlate with everyone else's fun. So that's why I kind of don't answer that question. What I do say is, what do you find fun on a rogue? So if you are building a rogue, what do you envision your rogue doing after that way? And then I can tell you from that what I think you would like. Oh, what's fun for me? Oh, I like Barrage. Barrage and Flurry leveling are both fun. A lot of fun. Did not try Aerostorm's leveling. I assumed that would be a lot of fun too. I guess I haven't tried it. In terms of endgame, I think I've had the most fun with Rain of Arrows for sure. I don't know why I like it so much. Well, I didn't know why I like it so much, but Rain of Arrows has been my favorite build this season. Heartseeker and Rapid Fire still hold like a place in my heart and stuff, but I guess because Rain of Arrows is so different playstyle wise and what you do, and it feels very roguey in the sense of like, you know, dashing around, doing a bunch of stuff, and then like casting like thousands of arrows from the screen raining down. So it almost feels like a hybrid of some sort of, even though it's not like a true hybrid, but it's like close to, because you have a cutthroat skill and a marksman skill that both have pretty significant importance. But yeah, Barrage leveling. So Barrage leveling is actually precision. But then I say that we're leveling because by the time you get that key passive, you're not really kind of like in the, you're far along in the leveling process, if that makes sense. But Barrage mid to end game is definitely victimized. But you can build it precision if you want to. I have a planner for that. You'd rather just do it that way. You should mess with OP Flurry. I don't know, man. I don't know. This return from about to buy an expansion. I'm currently level 55 Spiritborn out, and I'll complete the campaign. What should you do to reach level 60 and unlock tier 1? So you have to clear a, I think is what, pit 15, level 15 pit to unlock tier 1. So you can, but getting to level 60 can be doing anything. That could be Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, Whisper Turn-ins. I'd probably spend a lot of time on Helltide just to get your mats up and stuff like that, because that's an easy place to do it. But for XP, trying to think of like something. Well, I would say pit, but that's like low level at that point. I will almost assume, yeah, just pretty much Helltide, honestly. Do strongholds too for XP. All right, we're gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna call it.
This place is
Mother's Judgment is the worst, the absolute worst pick boss you can get on Rogue. Well, on a lot of classes, really, but. You think Rogue is the least class for problems? No. Ironically enough, Rogue is probably the class that has some of the most build diversity of all classes, which has been that way for some time. Each season, but it doesn't mean that they had the least amount of problems. It just means that a lot of the builds on Rogue just share the same bugs. So if a lot of things are broken on Rogues and we just share the use of that bug between different builds, then different builds are going to perform similarly. So that's how Rogues end up with build diversity. But I would argue that Rogue does have a lot of problems as a design, like class design in general. Oh no, you can focus on the newer stuff ish, but so you won't have to get like renown and stuff from the other regions again or whatever. But you still have to do some of the older content, obviously. Like some of the new stuff is here, like Undercity and Dark Citadel, stuff like that. But like those are not the ones that you just do, and only that you definitely need to do some spell ties and pits and all that. Pit is now like your kind of like progression thing. So you're gonna be in the pit for a bit because that's where you level up your glyphs now. So what I'm not expecting for Rogue mid-season patch? That's a good question. I literally have no idea. Usually, I feel like I have some sort of inkling or whatever, but right now I legit don't know. I guess maybe some, because it's like our entire class is based around buggy interactions doing well. So whatever they give us, unless they fix the bugs and compensate us and stuff like that, I guess what we need is gonna just require more than the mid-season patch. So I just don't know what to expect on Rogue for them. Maybe they'll fix all the bugs that hurt us, I guess, and leave the bugs alone that help us. I don't know. I really don't know. Buff Rogue. I feel like this is a bad run, but I'm just playing bad. Terror Plague gets sloppy, it does. I still have to kind of, even though it's not a hard build to play, I still gotta focus on like, positioning and those kind of things. How many mana arrows I need to cast per what I see on the screen. What the Jet 2 next. So like I still gotta like pay attention for like a good run, that is. I messed up. Why am I not casting? Bruh, what's happening? There we go. Yeah, my character just stops what? What's going on? I'm like legit spamming the button. Yeah, he should not have lasted 3 staggers. My character was like sitting still for like 3 seconds at a time. All right. I think that'll be it for me for tonight. I think tomorrow for sure. For sure tomorrow we'll kinda we'll focus on something like a different build. I want to put together invigorating strike, so I think we have enough mats to be able to kind of throw something together. So we'll do that tomorrow. That should be fun. I'm actually kind of excited to play it. To put together and play it. I don't expect much out of it though. Like in terms of like something crazy good. I think it would be like good enough to like I could probably end up like farming like some 75s 75s in like 2.5 minutes, roughly 2.5 3 minutes, maybe 80s in that time frame. I think it'll be good enough to do that with good gear. I think the thing I need to think about is how to take advantage, the most advantage of Pangorger's gauntlets, because that's gonna help. And I have to make sure I build. I'm gonna do momentum, but I need to make sure I don't build crit damage with momentum. So like instead of rolling crit damage like you normally would, I need to roll vulnerable damage, because crit damage doesn't work with Pangorger's proc. So I have to go vulnerable damage in terms of rolls, but I'm going to do damage per dark shore at tempers. But so yeah, we'll kind of see how that works out. Like I said, I'm a little excited to try. I think it'll be kind of fun, like, you know, seeing like a stabby rogue sort of thing. So speaking of which, let me take a look at the skills again, just the base. Yeah, the only thing about like, I thought about doing Blaze Shift, but Blaze Shift has like legit no AoE. But I guess you can do like at least for Invigorating Strike you have the cleave thing, but with Blaze Shift you have the double damage.
Thanks.
Either way, I mean you would build them almost identical anyway. But you have to have different tempers for their perspective things. So I can always just try both and be like, you know, let me see how this works and stuff. But this might be a case where I might use Crown, maybe, because I probably can with Invigorating Strike with the energy regen. That should allow for more ultimates. I'm gonna say ultimate spam, but like random arrows is gonna be very important in this equation, because I need to be able to proc Pangorgers, so I need to mark them with the different skills. So that and poison smoke grenade is gonna be important. Cold clip, yeah, for sure. Wait, am I looking at this right? I think I haven't really like looked at the basic skills in like a while. I'm sure my Paragon probably has some influence on this, right? No, I don't. Actually, probably not, because I don't have any cutthroat skills or marksman skills that I've like taken. It would be the trick shot. The tricks of the trade board, if that was the case. I don't think I have any of that here. So, I guess what I'm seeing is what I'm seeing then. I just always assumed Puncture's damage was actually a bit better than this. And of course, you split them into 3 different ones, and that you end up with 105%. So like 5% stronger than the base one. Blaze Shift attacks extremely fast with that, but like, yeah, this actually makes Invigorating Strike actually the strongest single hitting basic attack. Single hit. The keyword is single hit. Heartseeker is probably still the undisputed like basic attack damage dealer. Mostly, but I guess I'll also assume that this was a little. It's just interesting. All right, that actually makes me even more curious. Search tomorrow. All right, invigorating start tomorrow. So it's what we do. Probably still would do some rain arrows at the beginning, but invigorating strike for sure. Probably midway through the stream or whatnot. I guess we're going to clip this because partner anniversary celebration. Where is he at? There he is. Yeah, the check mark. Very nice. Right. It took me 3 times. On the third time I got it. But I was rejected twice. That was what 2 years? I think it was 2 years ago or a year and a half ago I got the check mark. Was it 2? I don't remember now. It was 2.5 years ago. I remember the journey to that, man. That was hard. I seriously thought it would never happen. It'd be nice if they gave us a cross with a turn course because the basic skills really. Nah. All right, y'all. Enjoy clip this. I'll see y'all later on tonight. And as always, till next time.